Viola, beide sind Seite. Schatten hinter dir. Sag ihr, sie wirft einen zu großen Schatten. Den wirklich hier sogar. Wie bei ihr. Und ich bin 4. Reihe.
Sunburnt today. Last time for all that, you guys in London. You guys in London? No. Last time to get burnt. Before we all get tasted. Yeah. Get him going on pitch one, Fanny. Good stuff. Good to hear. Hi everyone out there. Well, yeah. England women.
Wir haben jetzt 4-5 gegen Portugal.
Probably just connection to, I mean, hotspotting does tend to tire things out.
commentator? Oh, so they're just watching. So 10:43 with them.
Yeah, for like 5-10 minutes. I'm not sure why.
Yeah. Darling? Listen, I wouldn't worry. Don't get the extra if you want to. You've got insurance. Just pay whatever it is. And you claim a lot for insurance. I think I sent you an email with the insurance. Didn't you pay, you had to pay twice in Good. We'll definitely walk down there right now, go into emergency, and so I was in a car accident, trying to reach the seat and just see what they say. But if you message me the phone number for the insurance, I'll ring them for you. Oh, don't worry about it, just go in there and get it done. Don't worry about money. The insurance will pay. Just, put it on your card, whatever it is. But they won't. See the problem is going. Okay, now go and do that and call me when you get back here. Social networking must have a few people just for interest.
The average time is 9 minutes, so it seems like people just watching a game.
Yeah, having a little
And they'll come back to finals. I'll be really sick of the numbers on finals. Well, the problem for us with the finals is it'll all be Europeans because Australia will be 2 or 3 and so 4 of them.
They'll all be catching the
So I think it doesn't matter.
it's going to be it's beautiful here at night and the sun's going down.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
Everyone just sitting up in the stands.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll be able to have beers by then, and all the presentations we're going to get the Mayor of Fremantle and the Ambassador. I've got it.
You and Ollie.
Oh, good. Good. No, good. Yeah. So you've got to make them the hero. The Mayor of Fremantle. He's in like the living province. And he's a top one.
So, who have we got playing? Looks like the Valkyries. Danish girls kicking out. Oops.
The Valkyries are playing
So we've got Sweden playing the Danish Valkyries, and it looks like we've got a big win for the Swedes. So I'm joined. My name's Chris Down. I'm joined here with Oliver Howard. Hey, Ollie.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Chris.
What a day it's been.
Well, we're lucky enough to have a beautiful 26-degree day in Lisbon today, and 374 players from 22 different teams joining us.
It's amazing. What a number. And it's been a very exciting start of the day. I'll tell you, I've been very impressed with the Croatian form.
They were big, weren't they?
Yeah.
They were big team, fast team, good skills.
Yep.
Although Wales gave them a fair run in the second game of the day.
Yeah, they might have run out of puff there a little bit, I thought. I just noticed that they came out hard and very purposeful, and then maybe fitness was just wearing them a little bit in the end.
I think so. And that will happen with big guys in the warm weather.
Yeah.
As we go through the day.
So
the Irish too were pretty impressive unit.
They always turn up
Always
to play,
are.
don't they? Yeah. No, it was a commendable effort by the Welsh, but I was particularly impressed with the young boy that's spent a season over in Sturt, Josip the Pain Train Havlik.
Yes.
And his kicking has improved out of sight. He kicked a magnificent goal from about 45, 50 metres out. And showed great signs. He's actually going back to Sturt again this year.
Oh, he's back there, is he?
Yeah, so
that's great.
For all those listening and watching in South Australia, you'd want to get down to the great Sturt team to watch Josip, and I think he's coached by Martin Matner, former premiership player with the Sydney Swans.
Yes.
So, but no, it's been a very entertaining day. Lots of action. We've seen some big marking, good tackling. Now, I'm not sure I'll just check on what the next game coming up.
We've got half an hour break.
We've got a half an hour break. Okay, there's an opportunity for lunch. Well, we can take
it. We'll come back after.
We might come back later on. So, fantastic. Thank you. And tune in less than 30 minutes.
Yes.
We've actually got an Auskick drill
we've got
going.
a number of local kids coming down to join us and test out footy for the first time.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So we've got a couple of the players are going to teach them the skills of the game, and so that should be very exciting. It's great the way the locals have really got into this and embraced the day. So
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll check out for half an hour and then come back. And actually, if you can get back here in half an hour, it's going to be a cracking game. Croatia are playing Austria, so they're old rivals. And over many a sporting match, and so that will be you'll get the opportunity to really see this Croatian team in action. And let me tell you, there are some bodies there that would make Haystack Calhoun quiver. But bit of old time wrestling. Yeah. Sorry, mate, dating myself, aren't I? Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Take it easy.
fun, is it not? But
Do you have a reason as to why you're not coming here?
I don't know, the captains were to come over. Good. They're having a wind up. It's alright, they're just having a wind up.
That's okay. I mean, I can give you information though.
Gonna battle.
thinking if you just had another camera, I could sit on that and then just do the score. That's really easy. But if you've got two cameras, we're changing them, and you can't do that while being on camera. It's either you can install it to I could get that later. Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, oh, it's just
Camera zooms that far.
Yeah, if you want
So
to.
the kids are training over here with a lot of the Portuguese team. You can see them down there. Does that work, or is that too far?
I mean, we can move the camera back and you guys can just stand here and you will see them in the background. Maybe some plug the power and then move the camera back.
Well, the fact that we're relatively new here, I mean, I didn't have much better to do with that. That was saying from the start. But that's good because having competition here is really going to help us.
So, do you want us to go down a step, or?
No, you should be right where you are. In fact, that's perfect.
That's fine.
I'll just pull you up a bit. You can see the kids. I'm good.
Hello there, it's Oliver Howard back with you. I'm here with the Australian Ambassador to Portugal, Mr. Peter Rayner. So welcome, Ambassador.
Thanks very much for the invite.
It's very nice to have you today. And in the background we've got a number of young kids playing a bit of football for the first time. Is there something you can tell us about that?
Yes, well, first of all, we welcome very much the fact that we've got the European AFL competition. I've only been to the right myself, as part of that, we touched base with the local municipality. 10 minutes till we're back on, everyone. They were quite excited to bring just a number of kids down. So we can explain to them what the game of AFL football is all about. So no, we're very pleased.
So, thank you. Sorry, are you right there? And so, about how many Australians are living in Portugal? Do you know the sort of expat community here?
Yeah, the expat community is not particularly large. It really numbers of Australians who aren't dual nationals, just really in about a couple of hundred, up to 1,000 maybe. There's quite a number of dual nationals, of course. Portuguese who may have gone to Australia and then for various reasons decided to come back home to Portugal.
But we see, that's great to know, because we see there's a team today from Portugal. Yes. There's 12 Portuguese guys playing in the Cup today against the 22 other nations from around Europe. Yep. They did all right in the first game. I think they may have struggled a little bit.
Yes.
So if there's 100,000 Aussies sort of expats or dual citizens...
Only up to about 1,000.
Oh, 1,000.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
I may have misheard. No wonder I got so excited.
Yeah.
We need to get still those 1,000, still get them involved in the game.
Yep.
And so, have you seen the Portuguese team play yet?
No, I haven't. So I believe there's another game coming up a bit later. So I'll be keen to see that. To be frank, I was saying to some others before that coming from Sydney when I grew up, we didn't have AFL, and the first game of AFL I actually physically went to was actually in Rome. It was the Roman team when I was on posting to Rome. So it's really nice to see AFL sort of starting to develop in Europe, and all the work that you guys are doing to promote that is really excellent. So we can only support that.
I think so. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador.
Okay, thank you
That's
very
great.
much.
Yeah, no, I got. I was happy about the microphone, but halfway through I realised that this has got the Fox Sports thing on it. I was like, probably should get rid of that. So that's why I was like, yeah.
Back on,
So,
Chris.
yeah, we've got the Austrians are on the field, and
Croatians running across here.
they're rushing to get themselves organised.
I'm looking forward to this game, Chris.
Yeah, this is going to be a treat. And then after this, we've got Ireland, France. So you get to look at, two of the big guns of the competition, Croatia and Ireland.
I'd put France up there as well.
Yeah,
I think their team's quick.
They've got a good team. Yeah, they've always slick. I love their kicking style is just so distinctively rugby. It's
Very,
beautiful.
very rugby, Jace.
Yeah, so
That drop kick.
Yeah, so they're certainly not operating at a snail's pace.
No. And the game.
Get it? It's a snail gag. Freds? Snails?
Oh, no.
Okay, sorry.
And the game over in Croatia's going from strength to strength.
It is.
The league is growing by the day. Numbers going back to Australia to try their wares in leagues in Australia.
That's right. And they've got a great benefactor, an Australian Croatian benefactor. And he's looking after them to sort of ensure that. Here we go. So Shane Hill's about to throw the ball up. Umpire Shane Hill, up it goes. And yeah,
Where are the Croatians? Not on the ground yet.
there's a couple of them. Look at this. So they've started without. That's quite controversial. They started with about 6 of them on the field, so they punished them for being late. We're very strict on timing, aren't we?
Well, we're running to a schedule today, Chris.
Yeah, that's right. And
A lot of games to get through.
Now, if you look out for number 9, he's a really big boy, the Austrian. There we go, first score to Austria. So that was probably unlikely, but
And this guy's been good today.
yeah, he's been absolutely a rock of Gibraltar. I saw
And here's
him
the pain
in the
train.
Wales. Oh, there he is, Josip, the pain train with the ball now, and now,
Playing its dirt.
Yeah, playing its dirt. Oh, look at that. That's a delightful
Beautiful.
kick. Well, that's as a result of Martin Matner. And he's had the benefit of some fantastic education. And then what he has done is he's brought that back to Croatia. And you can see that whole team has lifted as a result. So they were semi-finalists last year when we played down in Umag.
That's right. They got edged out by the Danish team, didn't they?
Yeah, an absolute thriller. A kick into the wind in the after the siren. So, and into the post, there's a point.
And he's been good. 55, who just kicked that.
Yeah.
He's been very, very solid today. Lead up forward, taking strong marks, and then a long straight kick.
Exactly. So now, the Austrians are. This is going to be interesting because they're super fit. Oh, there's Josip again. Lovely mark. He got into his opponent. One of his teammates got into the back of this guy. But they do a lot of endurance work, the Austrians. A lot of Alp work, and I suppose you can't go outside without climbing a mountain.
Oh, that's nice.
And, yep. He shrugs them off, this guy. He's just so powerful.
They really do display that, the Croatian team.
Yeah.
A lot of power. But I think that after seeing last year, they're coming back with a lot more skill here.
Yeah, they are. They've improved enormously in that department. But there's a couple of them that know they're very strong, and they use it, almost Buddy Franklin-like, where they just go, I've got the ball, you get away from me, and push them off and get on with it. And you'll see that in particularly that guy 88. And, little chip, that's more your rugby style, and good mark. They're very talented.
They are.
Geez, they've come a long way, really starting out, Collier, Karadzic, he started the whole thing about 10 years ago, I guess, but and has been a pioneer of football in Croatia. And I was fortunate enough to have Collier out in Australia with his lovely girlfriend and Mariel, and so I'd send them a hello. They were out in Melbourne and I took them to the Bulldogs Hawthorn game, which was, for anyone who is a Hawthorn supporter, they're a bit disappointed, as Collier is, but we know the story about the mighty Bulldogs, which was a tremendous fairy tale.
Incredible.
But
and I think we need to also mention Josip Kravar.
Kravar? Yeah.
Carried on the work.
Well, there you go. I mean, there's a guy who lives, eats and breathes with enormous passion in the game. In fact, you can see him in almost the soccer coach tradition. He's got the suit and tie on the boundary line. And so he's got his back to us at the moment, but we might get a bit of a shot on Josip Kravar, who's the coach. He's in the suit and tie. He's the coach of. Oh, there you go, little chip kick point.
He looks like he's about to jump over the boundary line at this stage.
Well, he does. He's got the that sort of Jose Mourinho style, a bit fiery and bouncing around. Look, he's pointing and screaming, and so he's certainly learnt the craft. This team had the benefit of a great coach a few years ago, an Irishman by the name of Kieran O'Hara. Do you know Kieran? Yeah,
I know Kieran.
Well, Kieran's one of the legends of Australian rules football in Ireland, and he coached the Croatian team. I think it was in the Bordeaux tournament. So if anyone wants to correct me on any of those, just please feel free to WhatsApp me or text me. +61 418 350 310. We've had a number of messages come in. I've got one here that says, "Tell Ollie that Bruce and Eddie want to speak to him about a broadcasting career." That's positive. Another one says, "Will you guys get some better gags?" So
I thought the snail gag sort of hit it off, hit the ground running.
Subtle. I mean, you didn't even get it.
I
That subtle.
Well, once it sort of made sense.
Yeah, no, exactly. So now, so that's +61 350 310. Any texts or WhatsApp messages, we'll be keeping our eye on them. So feel free to send them through, and you can interact with us through the day. So, there's.
Here they go. They've got a bit of space, the Croatian team here.
Oh, he sort of pushed him
He's
under
over
the
the
ball there and out of bounds. So now...
So for anyone who's watching at home and hasn't sort of got across what's the structure of today's games, we've got two 12-minute halves. There's 22 teams playing, and we've got a round-robin sort of format in the mornings. And then this afternoon we've got final structure finishing at 6:30 local time.
Great goal.
Final. There we go.
Great goal. Yeah, we've got the grand final. It's 6:30 p.m. local time.
Local time.
Which is 4:30 a.m. Melbourne Sydney time, and for the rest of Europe it's 7:30 p.m.
Yes.
So very exciting. A very exciting day's football. In fact, I'm really enjoying this game, and we've got Ireland playing France on here in the next game, which is and actually Ireland and France are great rivals, have been for many years in many sports actually.
That's right. And I think it'll be interesting for the viewers to see the two sort of powerhouse clubs, the Croatian team with their size and strength, and then the Irish team come through with their skill and pace. It'll be interesting to see if they face off later in the day.
Well, that would be a tremendous finale. But you're right. They're so contrasting, those two teams. I mean, one relies on brute strength and real dominance at the ball, and the other one is really a talented speed machine, slick handballs. There we go. So that's the Irish that are very. Look at that! Look at that kick! A banana kick, round the body, magnificent. Those skills have just improved so much.
Incredible. And to add that to the marking that he's shown today, I think he's been a really, really impressive player.
Exactly. So if any AFL talent scouts are watching here. As I said, we've got we know we've got Josip Havlik at Sturt, and it's a great experience for Josip and for the club of Sturt, and they both enjoying it enormously, and it's a great experience for both to culturally enhance your club. And there was an interesting.
I think they've also found the strong Croatian community in South Australia has got around. Josip,
they've activated them. Yeah. So and that's been great. So they might even have a nickname, the Sturt Knights, soon. No, Sturt, congratulations to the Sturt Football Club on a great season, by the way, culminating in their victory
Absolutely.
in the South Australian Premiership, Sandful. So, and we've also got a representative here today of the Norwood Football Club, I think the Redlegs, Norwood.
Who also's around with the Croatian team today.
Yes, right, that's right, exactly. So, he's keeping an eye on them and looking for potential talent. And so Norwood, the Redlegs, were coached to a grand final by Neil Baum, I think about 15 years ago. So they've had their taste of success.
I think we'll see it more and more, Chris. The young talent coming through these European countries. Clubs back home are going to start noticing it?
Yeah, there's no doubt that, every year, I've been involved now for 4 or 5 years, and I feel like every year I see a better quality of game played, and at the top end you're starting to get players that are playing other elite sports using Australian rules to keep fit during the off season. So hence, in fact, there was a young boy spent a couple of months down in Sydney with the Swans this year. Oh, there's another goal.
Good goal.
Yeah, now they're really starting to drill them. Young boy Sven Koenig from Essen in Germany, and he went and trained with the Swans and learned a few of the true skills of the game, the Swans fed back to me that an incredibly committed young man, and never put his hand on his hips once, just did everything he was told to do, and I think that's one thing you really need in anyone that wants to achieve it at a professional level, just that desire and that passion to learn and play. So, and that's what we see a lot of here, because you have to seek the game out.
That's it, and it's difficult. I was speaking to some of the peace team before, Chris, and a few of the Palestinian boys have to cross across country borders. They need to pass through checkpoints. It takes 2 hours, and this is just to get to a training session.
Incredible.
So the commitment, amazing.
Well, the peace team is a remarkable story of young Israeli boys and Palestinian boys coming together and using sport as a vehicle for their demonstration of care for each other and unity. And last year they played down in Croatia. I thought that it was a very emotional time. That was their first game in AFL Europe competition, and it was outstanding.
And they became an affiliate member of AFL Europe last year, which is an exciting development. And we sort of welcome them at all these tournaments.
Yeah. And there we go. That's half time. And now we've got to get a score. We've got the score on the screen. I can just see it. 27-1. So sort of going pretty much as anticipated. The Austrians, they've tried hard. They sort of capped out in the last couple of years, but no doubt they're the sort of team that comes up every year and tries to just improve that little bit by little bit. So they'll be punching up with the big timers in a couple of years' time, I'm sure. We'll just have a quick break while half time's on. And we can get the camera on Josip Kravar, the coach of Croatia, and you'll see Josip is really keen to demonstrate what he's asking for the team. And there's the captain having a few words with them now. It's actually great stuff to go and get into the huddle and listen to.
They've got a number of players there, Chris. It looks like they've got a sort of 15 or 16 size squad today, which bodes well for International Cup next year, which is an 18-a-side competition. Yeah. And I know that Croatia's building towards that and would love to get there.
It's always been hard for teams to put an International Cup team together because you've got to fly to Australia, and it's a lot of people and it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And so, if there are any potential sponsors out there for some of the teams, some of the teams that we hope get out there are, the Danes, the French, and
the English team.
The English team's been absolutely
British.
Fantastic, hasn't it?
Yeah.
They really have, and they're well led, good administrators and good
and getting better and better. They have the benefit of a large league all over England, but especially in London. And so they get games each week, and learning a lot from the Australian sort of expats living in London.
I just would add that like today, these teams, no, you cannot be an expat Australian, or you're not allowed to have lived in Australia between the age of 10 and 16. That disqualifies you for playing, which I think is, really great for ensuring that the country's developed. And there's a beautiful kick. Oh, wonderful kick for goal.
Back here for the second half, Chris.
Excellent.
And excited to see Croatia carry on. And I think this is where Austria and their running game may come back into it.
Yeah.
We saw in the last game, Croatia came out of the blocks very fast and then sort of slowed down towards the end. And we'd hope that's not a trend for them as we go on in the day.
No, they ran out of legs, didn't they?
Yeah. They did. Big bodies.
And the Welsh, they just keep keeping on. So a couple of messages coming through. Ol, have you got one there?
I've got one from ex-AFL Commissioner, Linda Desso. Hello, if you're listening there, Linda.
The Governor of Victoria.
Yes.
Isn't that fantastic? A sport, very keen Essendon supporter and lover of sport in general. And,
big footy lover.
Yeah, big footy lover. Great governor. We're very lucky to have her. So thanks for tuning in, Linda. I've got a couple of other messages. One of them from a guy named John Dow, happens to be my brother. and then a couple of abusive texts, but we won't worry about those. No.
Let them slide through the keeper.
But no, it's good stuff. Very good.
And Eddie hasn't messaged you back yet?
No. Not as yet. Here we go. And point. No, compounding of the pain. It's a beautiful setting here. Lisbon's an amazing city for those of you who haven't been here. It's got one of the most incredibly historic centres of town. They're also home of the Lisbon Dockers, who are the local Australian rules football team. But no, it's a beautiful city, and of course was one of the great maritime cities of the world. So the Dockers is very much an appropriate title.
And on the Dockers, Chris, we've got the Mayor of Fremantle, Brad Pettit, coming down shortly.
Yep.
And so he's going to be here for this afternoon to watch the.
Well, he's a complete football fan and
Huge.
Knows the game too. I had a chat with him last night about Australian rules football. He's obviously a very keen Freo supporter, a Docker, and a lovely bloke, Brad. Lovely bloke, and his wife Emma. We had a delightful evening with Peter, the ambassador, as well last night, and it's good to see, that the Australian rules team or teams from AFL Europe have been so welcomed by the local community.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the Oz Kick Clinic, how did that go?
Yeah,
at
so there
half-time?
was about 20 kids running around at lunchtime today, which was really nice to see. Some kids who'd never seen a football in their life, and the smile on their faces as they picked one up and learnt how to kick was really great.
Now, the handballing's always a bit of a trick, isn't it? I've noticed a few of them
It is.
not quite sure, the throw up and then the punch.
We've also got a team of young rugby players from the area who are working as ball boys behind the goals, and we're trying to teach them not to drop the ball before they kick, which is...
The old field goal specialist.
So that's through our event organiser today, Chris, Antonio de Cunha.
De Cunha, yeah.
And he's an ex-rugby player, had about 40 caps for Portugal.
Yep.
Played for the Barbarians.
Yep.
And we're lucky enough to have him organising the event for us today through his company Move Sport.
Yep.
And also playing in the Portuguese team.
He is too, that's right. And Move Sports are quite a well-oiled machine, organising sporting tours, camps and event specialists. So if anyone's looking to have any event at this glorious stadium here at the National Sports Centre in Lisbon, please Google Move Sports and track down Antonio, because he really is... it's a well-oiled machine.
And it is a glorious stadium. Looking around, as you going back to what you were saying before about a beautiful ancient sort of historic centre to the city, we're sitting about 200 metres from the water here in beautiful sort of parkland, watching 3 games of footy.
Yep.
It's a great day.
The scene is incredible, and the landscape beyond here, where you've got the actual national soccer stadium behind us, or football, stadium behind us, it's quite amazing. It's sort of dug into the ground, and so it has a real amphitheatre look and feel.
It seemed to excite a few of the Irish boys, but as they came in, the Scottish boys, sorry.
They won
It was the Celtic 1967 Euro Cup victory site.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, no, the Scottish boys had a tear in their eye, some of them. So, no, obviously a big game in Portugal. And the Portuguese, they're current holders of the, I think, the European Championship in rugby.
Yes.
Is that right? Or is it soccer? Oh, God, I've got that wrong. It's soccer.
Yeah. Portugal?
Yeah.
Soccer.
Sorry, football. Soccer. So
and they won 6-0 last night, and Cristiano Ronaldo scored 4 goals. So there was a bit of excitement around the town.
He really is an amazing athlete, and a real genius of the game, thinker. I'd sort of consider him the Joel Selwood of the soccer world.
Why is that, Chris?
Oh, he just knows when to duck and when to weave at the right time. So very, very smart footballer. But we're really seeing a clinic put on here by the Croats now, and it's been a really devastating performance. What have we got? 38 to 1. Yeah, so
it's a beautiful switch there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Look at
that's
that
a great kick.
Oh, that is really that's
classy play, isn't it?
That is sensational. Honestly, that was a delight.
You'd be happy to see that on any ground in Australia.
Absolutely, peaches and cream. That was superb. Well done. We're seeing some great stuff here from the Croatians, and I think everyone in Australia, if you're hanging in there, I know it's getting very late, but do hang in, because we've got Ireland and France. As soon as this game finishes, you're going to see the speed machines in Ireland and the silky skills of the Irish. So again, up against the Cockerels, the French Cockerels, who are a great team and great friends of AFL Europe. We love the French team.
In fact, Chris, we have a game every year across in Villebretonneau.
Yes.
In the north of France.
It's one of the great experiences of life.
It is. It is. A bunch of Aussie guys against French team celebrating Anzac Day in the site where the Australian diggers pushed back the German advances and liberated the French town. It's a really, really amazing place.
It's a very warm experience to go there and share in the game, the Anzac Cup, and of course the dawn service, which is so wonderfully attended, and more so every year.
and to be in a town where the main street's Rue de Melbourne.
Yeah, that's right.
It's quite incredible. And the primary school's built from Tasmanian oak that was shipped across after
Robin,
the war.
Robin,
the sister city.
That's it. Yeah, but beautiful sign in the primary school. Always remember Australia, the Australians, and we had probably the highlight of that Anzac Cup for me came about 2 or 3 years ago. We had 3 brothers played, the Higgs brothers, and all beautiful footballers, and their parents flew across from Australia. Lovely people. And it was a very emotional evening. It was really, we called it the Saving Private Ryan story of the weekend. You know, the 3 brothers who'd lost a grandfather on the
They
Somme.
did, didn't they? Yeah.
And it was just a
And it'd flown in from all ports of the world.
Yeah.
One from Barcelona, Germany,
Yeah.
and Australia.
Yeah, lovely people,
very
lovely
nice.
family, and so I'd send my regards to them wherever they are in the world right now. But so we've seen some, you know, the amazing thing about that is on the eve we have that dinner where all the kids give their story, you know, about their because they're selected via a link with the Somme, and they contact us through Facebook, and so the team is very much made up of kids who have some sort of historic link.
It's a very emotional sort of few days, really.
Well, you hosted this year. I unfortunately was in Australia this year, but you maybe just give us, you know, what were the sort of highlights?
So there are a few highlights this year. The game, as always, is a great day. We had the first time ever the females playing first. So the French versus the Australian female teams. And then the guys played after that. So it was bigger than usual. There's a sort of camaraderie that comes through in that game. You know, it's played hard, it's played aggressively, but it's picking each other up off the ground, and there's a real camaraderie.
Great scenes.
Every year, I think one of the major highlights is the dinner after the game. So getting together with both teams. There's a lot of singing, there's a few drinks. This year was a big hog roast.
Really?
And there was actually something this year that was quite moving, quite special, which was the brother of a victim of the Bataclan terrorist attack, which had been about 3 or 4 months beforehand.
Yep.
And so it was still a very sort of raw issue in France. And the brother of one of the victims was from the area. And we had a presentation with him and a chat with him. And he was an incredibly nice guy.
He presented
who's
him
been
with
through an incredibly difficult time.
Yeah.
And his brother was in hospital still and had asked for a Sydney Swans jersey.
Oh, beautiful.
And so we had one sent over, and the Swans were nice enough to send a signed jumper across.
What a great club.
Great club.
Yeah.
Great club. Great people.
Yeah.
And I think it's, you know, it was a tough moment, but quite a nice sort of moment of getting together.
Yeah, they're those stories that they live with you forever. You know, it's been that's been one of the great experiences I've had in my time at AFL Europe. There's the Croats walking off after a pretty devastating victory, 53-1. So
and it was the first point of the game, wasn't it?
Yeah,
There was no score
that's
after
right.
that
It was too. Yeah. So there they go. Look at them celebrating,
playing up to the crowd.
Very theatrical, very emotional. Great team, great characters, and. So now we're getting ready for. You can see the cockerels over on the right-hand side of the ground. Can we get onto the French team there?
And the Irish, is it the Banshees?
The Irish, the Warriors. No, the
Warriors.
Sorry,
the Banshees is the female team.
Yeah, girls team. Yeah, and so the Irish team are on the ground and they're getting their instructions, and there's some very handy little footballers in that team, I can tell you. But so both of these teams will be coming out feeling like they're really a big chance. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a pretty close game here. Although I do expect the Irish to win this. I think the
Irish will run over at the end, but the French have an energy and a sort of rugby background, tackling, sort of mothing in style that really does keep the game close at the start usually.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, lock it in and very rugby style.
It really is.
Yeah.
It really is. And after playing them from the last few years in the Anzac Cup, I can say that they do know how to tackle.
Yeah.
You really do feel it.
Yeah. And of course, that ground there at Villas Brettoneux has got a few rocks in it. Early before the game, we've had to walk the field and trade any stones.
An emu pick.
Yeah, an emu pick, exactly. So
here we go. We're lucky today. There's only a couple of minutes between each game.
And games are only 12-minute halves, so let's see now.
Comes quickly.
There we go.
All right, and Shane Hill in the centre again.
Yep.
The head of umpiring and community development for AFL Europe.
And we've got a message here from Chanel Irvine saying what a cracking game to watch. Good on her. Hi, Chanel. And her lovely parents, Renelle and Louis, down in Sevenoaks in England. Here we go. So also say hello to Mike Fitzpatrick, chairman of the AFL, is tuned in. So hi, Mike. Mike and Simon Lethleen and Grant Williams, all great supporters of AFL Europe. Very lucky to have those guys so committed to just spreading the word of the great game that it is.
Absolutely, Chris, and the foresight to see the growth internationally and the opportunities.
That's right. I mean, we're really in our infancy for what we believe is building up to something very special over the next few years. So here we go. Irish now deep into attack.
They've been good on the hands today, the Irish.
Yeah.
I think more than other teams that are throwing the ball on the boot a bit.
I'll tell you what, though, the French are right onto them today. I don't know if you noticed just in this first minute or two, the French haven't let them have any room. And that's the way you play the Irish. You've just got to man-on-man them and pressure and worry them out of it. Look at that. Another smother. A great 1%. Oh, he fumbled.
Oh,
yeah,
good
got it back
over
again. Got it back again. I can't understand why the ball's looking like
Here
a
we
piece
go.
of soap.
He's out.
Yep. Here we go. Might be. Point. So first score there to the Cockerels.
So if they can keep that pressure up for 24 minutes,
Yep.
I think they're a real shot here.
Exactly. Well, the French team actually send out a team to the International Cup most years. I think they were hosted by the Victorian consul in Melbourne, Miriam Boisbouvier-Wiley. John and Miriam, great supporters of the Australian football, and of course Miriam being the French consul is always willing to do a bit to welcome the French team. And they've had some great leaders over the years, Thomas Urban and
yes. And they're planning to send a team out to the International Cup next year, Chris.
Looking for a sponsor if they could get some help to get all those kids on the plane. That's really what it's all about, isn't it? They don't mind sleeping rough, but they just need to get that mighty airfare sorted out. So
and this guy here, number 83, Julien Gill.
Yep.
He's a very strong player.
Oh yeah, he is. He is. Look at him. Oh, wow. Pluck that out of the air. So, yeah, maybe there's an opportunity for someone to sponsor the French team. Oh, there's a bit of luck. There's a bit of luck, and that can
Can't let it over the back as a defender there.
No, that was just bounces the wrong way. It's a cruel game. A cruel game, as many Australian rules footballers have found over the years. If the ball just bounces that wrong way, it can cost you a premiership. I think St Kilda a couple of years
2010.
ago. Yeah,
Stevie Milne.
Stevie Milne it was too. Yeah, who would believe the ball could have bounced that way?
And there's our friend Kieran O'Hara on the sidelines.
Yeah,
always overseeing the Irish. He's very, very strong supporter of the game. He's pushed it more than anyone over in Europe, I'd say.
Yep. One of the loveliest blokes you'll want to meet, Kieran O'Hara, and very lucky to have him involved. He works very hard. Pat Levy, all the Irish boys are fantastic for the game. What a mark! So, okay, over the back there. So
Looks like this is sort of solid breeze today. I'd say about a 2-goal breeze
in the
pushing down to the right.
into the Irish end. Yeah. So, here we go. We might get joined here by Josip Kravar.
From the Croatian team.
Here we go. We've got Josip here. Josip, do you want to grab a seat and have a chat with Ollie and talk about what a great effort that your team what a display they put on, mate. That was outstanding stuff.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon.
Hey, Josip.
It was good win. We expected that Austrians will go hard in the first quarter, so we basically put all our effort in the first period of the game. So we tried to break the spirit. So because their goal is a plate, so probably they'll break up and think, okay, we will go for a plate. This is the last match. So we had the opportunity to put on the bench our best players.
And I thought you left some very good players on the ground, though, Josip.
Yeah.
I think number 55 leading out from forward.
Yeah, Tommy's a captain. I think he's a star player for the last 10 years in the Croatian Knights team. But as I told, I done that to put the pressure and to make difference in the first quarter. Tommy was on the bench in the second quarter. So.
Yeah. And what about, I don't know his name, but number 21 kicked a very great goal from the sort of centre, running down the wing.
21? Ooh, to be honest, I don't remember that. Yeah.
There was a play out here where the ball was switched right towards the end, and then a long goal using the breeze.
Halfback. I think it was one of the robbers. It's 0. It's Murko. He kicked 2 goals from the centre.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of me. He's a midfielder.
And tell us a bit about footy in Croatia. So how did it start? How's it going? How's it growing?
So it started in 2005, and my friend Kolja Korachak went back from USA. He found out about footy in USA, playing for Arizona Hawks, and after he came back to Zagreb, he wanted to start a footy club, so he made the posters around the city and coupled the Aussies guys with Croatian heritage. They came back to live in Croatia, called him, and he started the first club. I think the name was the Giants, but after 1 year they changed the Hawks because Arizona Hawks donated the jumpers for first team. So I also started playing in 2006 as a player, and from that until now, we now have 7-man team and 2 women teams. So I think by the beginning of 2013, we decided from the clubs to make association. So we made the Association of Australian Football Croatia. That's governing body in Croatia. So that improves the structure very well. And after that, we having increase of 1 club per year, maybe. Also, I think two clubs in 2013.
That's amazing. And now you're sort of growing out towards Italy, Slovakia.
Yeah, the whole idea started with CFL. It was league back 5 years ago with the
CFL being Central
Central European Australian Football League.
Yeah.
But it was like national tournament in 2007 and 8, and it just died. But we tried to establish CFL, but with the clubs, because we now have 7 clubs, and we had idea that if we're gonna have good and strong neighbors, our team's gonna be stronger. And after all, the final product as a national team is gonna be stronger. So we started with the Austrians, played 2 leagues with the Austrians, our dear and good friends, and now last year we included Czech Republic. So 1 club from Czech Republic, it's Prague Dragons, and this year I went to 1 trip in the name of AFL Europe with the guys to meet the guys in Italy. I proposed for them to be included in Central European Football League, which they gladly accepted. So next year we're gonna see Roma and Milan also in this league. So it's gonna be 11, 12
bigger and bigger.
Teams, bigger and bigger.
And how do you think the Croatian team's chances are today?
To be honest, as every time we are aiming for the goal, but I think we will face Germany in the semi-finals. We never lost against them. They can be always first time, but we are not expecting today. And I expect England in the final against us. We know them very well. They have better score against us. They beat us 3 times, but we beat them last time in 2014 in London, which I think they want some kind of redemption
Yes.
against us. It's going to be hard. I think they have better league in the terms of harder opponents. They can play, of course, friendly matches with the other national teams around them, like Ireland, and we don't have that. Around the Croatia by now. We're trying to do. I think it's going to be a close game.
Yeah.
If you ask me.
I think the Irish have brought a strong team as well.
Yeah, Croatia and Ireland has a really strong and long relationship. A couple of friendly games the Irish boys play for us, and I also played one time friendly game for Ireland. We are really good friends. Kjaran was he's now coach, but he was a coach of Croatian Knights also in 2000.
We spoke about Kieran O'Hara earlier.
Yeah.
And his contribution to both countries and the growth of AFL football generally in Europe.
Yeah, it's amazing. Kjaran is one of our best friends. But of course, I will cheer for Ireland, and I want to play Ireland in the grand finals. But it's just it's my coaching experience that I think that England's gonna be in the final.
Yeah, okay. And then the other one is International Cup next year.
Yeah.
So focusing, trying to get there, I understand, trying to find some sponsorship.
Yeah, the problem is that in Croatia we don't have options that players gonna pay the trip for themselves. It's a big money even to go on cups like this. Average pay in Croatia, it's not compared to like UK or some Scandinavian countries. So our players really depend or our association to find the sponsors. So we have lots of work to go to Euro Cup, especially to find, I don't know, around maybe if you look 5,000 50,000 euros for to go to Australia. It's a big amount of money for amateurs like us, but we are trying hard as every year.
And if the opportunity presents itself, I'm sure your team and the boys are ready to go.
Yeah, we didn't have too much 18-a-side games. The reason was due to that we don't have oval ground, but this year it's first time that we found the oval ground in Zagreb, and we played first friendly match. So I think for next 18-a-side game we will be more prepared.
Can I just ask you, Josip, you've had a pretty cruisy start. You beat Italy 60-2, and then dominating first half against Wales, probably gave some easy goals away in the second half, 40-28. And then, of course, this game we just saw now, you're looking forward to probably a little bit more of a punishing game. I don't know, you're probably going to come up against, by the look of things, you'll probably come up against France in the next round. It just looks that way. But what are your thought about your team's performances thus far? They've been pretty impressive.
Yeah, well, the problem is that I'm pretty aware of skills of Italian boys. I know them all, so I can prepare my boys. I know what to do against them. Against the Wales was pretty much clear picture when we play against somebody that we do not know at all.
Yeah.
We had a good start, and the game was ended in the first quarter, and it for boys it was ended in the first quarter, and that was the mistake. They thought that they won the game by the half, so they have and the Wales had really good percentage. They have 5 kicks, 1 behind, 4 goals. It's really good. They just jump on us in the second quarter. So, but we managed to win the game.
Yeah, so. You did, and you did it well. Just some other scores out of the other games. Earlier today, we saw the French team absolutely destroy the Russian team. It was 85-0. So that was a heck of a game, and also Ireland played Russia 77-19.
That was as expected. Russians are newcomers, and that was expected. France is growing every year, little by little.
Yeah.
And then on the women's side of the draw, we've seen Wales win a couple of games, 2 games. They beat Italy 28-7 and Austria 32-3. And then Josip, your girls, the Croatian girls, beat Italy 60-2.
No, that's the men's. There's the women's is the next. There we go.
Here we go. You don't have it.
No.
I know the Croatians. You lost to Sweden.
Yeah, they lost against Sweden. They're playing
2 to
against
35.
Denmark, but I don't know the score against Denmark.
Yeah, it was 35 points to 2. So that's Sweden's looking very strong. They also beat the Danish Valkyries, 13-6, and then on the other side of the draw, Scotland's beaten France 27-6, and Ireland's beaten both England and France.
Regarding the women team, we don't have too much expectations or some pressures due to the results of some achievements. We have I think 6-7 underage players, and they are I think youngest team here for sure. So they're just learning.
But I think it's an interesting one to tell people, especially back in Australia, who are listening today or tonight. The female game, the girls' game, has really grown over here, and it's been taken up very, very much by the girls.
Yeah, it's our experience in Croatia that we had lectures from Hawks, Giants, and Dockers in Zagreb around a couple of high schools, and we were just focused on recruiting the male players, and in free schools we had just big impact of women's. We want to play footy, so it was just. We were not prepared on that, so we thought about it for 1 to 2 weeks. So we just said to them, we will provide you opportunity. You will train for 1 year. If you are still here, we will found the clubs, and from that point now we have 2 clubs. They are good girls. They're dedicated, mostly from high school and a couple from university, and we are really keen to expand the women footy in Croatia.
And it's a great opportunity for the girls at the moment with the AFL adopting a women's league and a few teams in the AFL. There's a sort of pathway now, and these young girls, 16, 15-year-old Croatian girls, can see something ahead of them.
Maybe not for. I think Croatia has one potential girl that plays really well. She's young also, but we didn't scratch in like sports high schools or something like that. We just went on a blind for boys. Found out girls, but I think if you're gonna look in a basketball background, it's easy to find, and boys and girls with no problem in Croatia as a basketball on the national sports.
And talking about that sort of crossover back to Australia, we've seen Josip the Pain Train at Sturt. Yeah. Can you share anything about his experiences there and how he's found it?
The president of Sturt Football Club is Jason Kilic. He's a Croatian heritage, of course, and his best friend, Ante Lončar, was a Croatian Knights coach for 4 years. So we just called Jason, explained it, and there was one guy that is in a club, I think he's assistant coach, that was on 2014 Euro Cup looking for Josip. And he approved green light that Josip is material for the Sturt, so he played for the first year. He played this year in the reserves, played mostly whole games, and they are pretty satisfied with him. So they will put him on another contract for next year. We have big hopes, and Josip is confident that he will play for the first squad.
That's great. And what do you think he's brought back to the country? So
he just brought bright news that somebody can achieve what he has achieved, can go play Australia, and of course he brings the knowledge of playing 18 aside. He brings this better skills, of course.
He can noticeably kick better.
Yeah,
he's really improved.
Yeah, we were just amazed for first couple of trainings. So now you can kick.
You're not just big and able to catch the ball.
That's true.
Well, Josip, thank you very much for joining us today.
You're welcome.
And good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
So we've got Ireland on 19, and the French just battling a bit at the moment on 1. So, yeah, thanks, Josip. Good on you, mate. Well done, buddy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, now let's see if we can... we need to fire up the... I've got a water here, mate. I'm right. So Ollie's going to take a break after that grueling interview with Josip. Fantastic stuff, enlightening, and always very interesting. Oh, the Irishman tried to take off. Oh, how's that? Lovely piece of tackling there by one of the French boys. He's got a free kick for it too. He's off. Gets away. That distinctive kicking style, you know, it's very up and under. That all emanates from their rugby background. So just a stunning day here. And that breeze is quite brisk, so they're getting full value for the kicks to right of screen. We'll call it the Atlantic Ocean end of the ground. And there's a big kick, unfortunately. It only goes through for a point. So we've got an offshore breeze, I think surfers would call it. And really quite strong. So even with the up and under kick, it's getting up nice and high and into the breeze, or with the breeze, they're getting plenty of value out of it. Now, anyone interested in any of the other games, I'll just go through the earlier games, and as I think we discussed earlier, the Croatians have had a very successful first couple of games. The other interesting one was Wales, who've been fantastic. They beat Austria 32-3, and then they came out and beat Italy 27-8. So, and Wales, of course, beat Italy 28-7. So, very impressive performance by them. The peace team, I don't know, we mentioned it earlier, are over here, and they've had a couple of games. They played against Ireland. Soundly beaten 65-7, and they also played the French, soundly beaten 62-13, which, you know, you would line it up and think the French would do quite well here, but it looks like the Irish have put their foot on the accelerator. The other good one is Germany. Actually, Germany beat Norway 43-9. And then they came out and they beat Portugal 115-0. So the German team really know how to crush a team. That's for sure. 115. That's the biggest score of the day. Scotland beat Portugal 71-0, and then Norway played Scotland, and it was 45 to Scotland, 23 to Norway. So Scotland won that game, and down the Netherlands played the Crusaders. That was a thriller. 16-17, Crusaders won. And England played the Crusaders 65-7. England won. So a very sound performance there by the English outfit. There we go. No, he's missed it. Off to the right. Now, coming up on this ground, we have straight after this, we've got Germany playing Scotland. Oh, that should be a beauty. Germany playing Scotland. So we've got a couple of really good games, and then of course we move into the quarterfinals after that. So this game is now sort of beyond the French, sadly, 27-2. So and it's still got about 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes to go. So, great mark by the Irish defender. We'll get the Irish coach up after this game, and he'll join us. So I'll let you guys watch the end of this game in peace, and I'll be back with Mick after the game. Thank you.
called me up here and to see a nice confidence game. Even though that's what I'd like to see. He did. It's very sunny where I come from anyway. Ireland are tough. Thanks very much.
So we've got Nimrod Vroman here from the Peace team. Welcome, Nimrod.
G'day. How you doing?
So Nimrod, give us a bit of background of the Peace team. Where are you from for a start?
Well, we're coming in with the name Jerusalem Peace Lions this time around. We're sending the Peace team to Australia, hopefully, for the AFL World Cup next year. Half the team is from East Jerusalem. The other half is from West Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, all around Israel.
And it's a mixture of Palestinians and Israelis.
Well, the Israeli demographics are extremely complex. We've got a couple of religious Jews, we've got secular Jews, we've got Palestinians, we've got East Jerusalem Israeli Arabs, we've got the whole deal.
You have?
Yeah.
That's a very diverse group. And so we saw you guys play out in Croatia last year. It was a great event and very emotional evening that night. We welcomed all of you guys. It was it must be amazing. I mean, the theory behind the Peace team. Who's the driving force? And give us the theory, your thoughts on it.
No problem, I will. I'll just say that in Croatia, we came here, we lost 4 games, we played gallantly, and you remember that it was emotional.
Very.
We just beat Russia. This was our first win in international competition since the AFL World Cup in IC11. The people behind the Peace team are a very inspirational lady from Australia who saw her son get along in footy and wanted to make peace through footy.
Beautiful.
The other person behind the Peace team is our late President Shimon Peres, who died a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, lovely man.
His Foundation for Peace supported the IC11 Peace team. But this Peace team, the Jerusalem Peace Lions that you're seeing here, they are a basically crowd-funded initiative by a couple of the players who just couldn't let go of this dream and wanted to continue showing up to the European Cup up until the next World Cup.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. And I noticed last year you were wearing the Lions jumper, and I noticed this year you're wearing the Mighty Bombers jumper.
Well, yeah, we decided that the next year's premiers, the Bombers, they're going to have to represent us, right?
Very good. Yeah, no, the Bombers, well, we can expect them to be bigger and better next year, that's for sure. So just on the pitch now, we've got Germany playing Scotland, and is that right? Yep. And so we're about to see that kick off in 1 second. And yeah, here we go.
Can I just say?
Yeah, please. Yeah, go for it.
I really think we should thank the 2 players that put this together. The first one is Avi Benvenishti.
Yes.
He was on IC11 together with me. He was
Excellent.
the captain in IC11. And Jonathan Belik, who's been on the 08 Peace team, the 11 Peace team, the 2014 Peace team, and today the Jerusalem Peace Lions.
Well, Jonathan is, he's a mate of mine. I met him last year. He's a lovely man, and it's sad that we haven't got him here this year.
Oh, he's here.
I haven't seen him. He's here. Oh, thank goodness.
3 goals already.
Oh, good stuff.
One against Ireland, 2 against Russia. We're doing well.
Yeah, so he's been a bit of an anchor there, hasn't he? So that's great. Look at this, the Germans deep into attack and the Scots trying to get it out of there. So just so that everyone is aware, the Germany are wearing the white strip and Scotland are wearing the dark strip. So easy to to tell. But yeah, so what do you think of? Have you watched many of the other games today?
Yeah, we've been watching many games. I had the privilege of living in Australia for a couple of years. And
Really?
I was an Essendon supporter, so I've been to many games.
Great.
And this is really high level and extremely physical. Everybody's
Yeah.
being very physical. I've seen
Yeah.
the Scots and the Irish. They killed us. We had 2
Really?
injuries again in that game.
Really?
Yeah. So,
Yeah. No, but it's played in great spirit as well as being very
That's right.
physical. There's a lot of really good sportsmanship, and they're great scenes. That good sportsmanship. So. And how long are you guys out in Portugal for? Are you flying back to Israel next week, or are you
Yeah,
staying?
most of the players will be here for around 5 days.
Yeah.
But they've been very focused. We've been training. We've been practicing on the pitches here. We'll go out tonight, but
Yeah.
most of the time we've been taking this very seriously.
Well, it's good. You had your first win, and so that's exciting. It's moving up every time, and hopefully you come out bigger and better next year.
Definitely.
So now we've seen some pretty dominating performances by the Croats and the Irish as well so far. Who's your tip for the Euro Cup 2016?
I want the Irish to win because I thought they played fair, elegant, quick,
Yeah.
and they've come from our group.
Yeah.
And the Croats are just, you wrote it in one of the articles, bruising style of football.
Yeah.
But they're very impressive. So if
Yeah,
the Irish
they are.
can get over that physicality, which I think they can win.
Yeah, if they get a bit of space, the Irish,
Yeah.
if they get a bit of space, they're going to be very hard to beat because they're very fast. But if the Croats can keep it in close and personal, that's where they like it.
That's right.
It's got some very big guys, and it's an interesting style of football that they play. But obviously, it's very imposing. So. And the venue, what do you think of Lisbon?
It's beautiful. It's my first time in Portugal. This place is so well taken care of. Israel is not blessed with a lot of sporting centres, and
Right.
this is just amazing. This is the closest I've seen to Australia, frankly.
Really?
Outside of Australia, in terms of respecting sport and putting it together. Right?
Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, that's right. No, it's a magnificent national sports centre. And funny you should say, very much like Australia, there's a lot of gum trees here, which I notice in Portugal. But it's a lovely part of the world. And this is an incredible venue, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a privilege to be here, for sure.
Yeah, so now we'll go back and check on the German and Scotland game. And what we've got thus far, what is that, 3-9. Yeah. So Scotland on 3. Is that right? No, 0. Sorry. Oh, crikey. Misreading. So a couple of guys to look out for in the Scotland side. Number 3, Charlie Steele. Very handy little footballer. And then of course the Germans have got Florian Newman, number 5, who's been a star today. So they're just a couple of names to look out for. I don't know if you have you played? Who have you played?
No, we've played. We had a tough draw. First game against Ireland.
Oh,
we kicked a goal
murder.
against them.
Yeah,
we were doing well at halftime. Then they kind of blitzed us. And the second game against France, they were also very good, but then they didn't match up to Ireland very well.
No,
but they also beat us convincingly.
You copped 2 pretty powerful teams there.
A little bit unfair. I heard of a couple of other houses that were, groups that were. We would have been less injured there.
Yeah, well, we might have a look at that for next year.
Now the organisation has been spectacular. No words of criticism at all. It's been beautiful all around.
Thank you. That's beautiful. We've got young Ben Durant in the background thanking you. So he'll take it. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. So this game's being played very tight. There's not a lot of scoring thus far. We're 5 minutes into, so halfway through the first half, and we're still at 4-0. So here we go. There the Germans. Oh, they nearly broke out there.
I think you need to connect on the 9s. If you manage to connect 2 or 3 consecutive plays, like a couple of handballs and a kick,
it puts you there.
You got a shot at goal. You got a good shot.
Well,
at goal.
into this breeze, so you've got the Scots kicking into the lovely spoil by the young German. Look at that, and he gathers it beautifully. He could launch there, but no, gets his eyes down, and what a great mark! That is a magnificent grab. So now let's just see if this guy can convert it. Those socks are very high. This is Florian with the ball now. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Marcus. Marcus Priest. So here we go, and look at that. He delivers. So Germany get on the board with the wind in this. So they're up to 10. And well, I suppose, look, into this breeze, it's not easy to score because it's quite strong down there. So, but you called that play well. They put a couple of handballs together, and then what comes off is the mark.
Handball,
yeah,
mark, done.
So, good stuff, Nimrod.
Thank you very
we
much.
Might get you out for a bit of Eurosport commentary. Oh, look at that kick off the ground.
I'd love it.
Oh,
that's
no way.
Can I just say something about that? So, Aussie rules football, if you live in Australia and you play it a lot, your instinct is to pick the ball up.
Absolutely.
Always. Do the courageous thing. Get somebody to say you're courageous.
Yeah.
But most of our players, they play soccer at home on hard courts.
Yeah.
So their instinct is to kick the ball off the ground.
I noticed.
So we have had like 2 goals kicked from the ground, which is very rare, like that one. Beautiful goals, but also we've been penalised a lot for kicking in danger.
yeah, right. So, that's the downside of it. Well, in Australia, what they do with the juniors, up until about 12 years old, I think it is, or 11 years old, you're not allowed to kick it off the ground. So you literally have to pick up the ball, and a free kick is paid against you. I've got a son playing for South Districts in Melbourne, and he's a very enthusiastic footballer, and that was one of the things I noticed. And it's really good because it gets kids to focus on picking the ball up, and it's also a little bit on the safer side because if you've got blokes coming in to kick it off the ground, you've got a young boy with his head over the ball, it can be quite dangerous.
Of course. But that's when everybody's kicking it off the ground, when everybody's picking it up, right?
Yeah.
And then, that's...
Oh, got to be a free kick, yes. Yeah, when everyone's picking up, you're exactly right.
I'm really impressed with the girls' games, by the way. I've watched the women's division.
Yeah.
We just saw Croatia play. They are unstoppable.
Really?
So powerful. Yeah, you got people coming out limping, but they're playing well. They're aggressive and they follow through. It's just a beautiful competition. And
the French team, good team, but I think Sweden look like the favourites for me in the women's comp. They're very talented and we've seen some incredible football. I wouldn't watch the women's games down on pitch 3 earlier, and we saw some good stuff, some courageous efforts. In fact, there's an Irish girl, I just can't remember her name off the top of my head, but she's outstanding. And we might see her. I think we'll see her on pitch 1 later on in the day. So,
oh boy.
Yeah, so there you go. Everyone having a crack off the ground. Okay, out wide. This Gem boy, can he pick it up and get some room? Yes. He's taken to the ground. Play on. He tried, says the umpire. And Stacks on the mill, he'll ball it up.
Oh, what a goal.
Oh, yes, outstanding.
There've been some very long kicks here.
Yeah, well, I think when you've got the breeze, I think take advantage of it. We did consider it at one stage not allowing a goal to be kicked from outside that line, to ensure that people played it in, but we didn't really. In the end, we decided not to try and
long goals,
construct the game. Yeah,
long goals are part of the sport.
Yeah, and very exciting to watch.
Exactly, exciting to watch, yeah. And by the way, they also give kind of a chance for the teams that are ranked a little bit less. Because if you do manage to, hustle forward and grab it in the back line, if you got somebody with a big kick, you got a chance.
Exactly.
Putting in between the 2 posts.
Yeah, no, you're right. It does.
We've had some very long goals. We couldn't believe it. A couple of them just went. People top it by mistake.
Yeah, right.
Sometimes you just top it by mistake.
and it ends up in a goal. Yeah, no, it's a great. As you say, it is a great spectacle. The long goal. Even in the senior competition in Australia, we've seen through the final series some very, very big goals. Look at that. There you go. Wow, the Germans are taking all before them. This is really impressive. They're just powering over at the moment, powering over the Scots, who are doing their best.
There's a lot of momentum, by the way.
Yeah,
We've
when you
lost
get
momentum
Mo,
a couple
yeah.
of times, and
So there we go, Rove. Oh, lovely tap down to. Oh, and he's got him too high. Yeah, he'll get a free kick for that. Yeah. If you don't mind. So that gave him a real opportunity. Now I'm just going to hand over to Oliver Howard, Nimrod from the Peace team. Ollie, I know you've got a direct link, obviously, with Maz being a lot of family in Israel, and Nimrod is from Tel Aviv.
Well, it's a pleasure to be with you, Nimrod.
Same here.
I'm sure you've told Chris this, but how has the day been so far?
Well, it's been phenomenal, really. I mean, the whole preparation, the whole build-up to this tournament has been great. And today's also been kind of a build-up because we got a pretty tough draw. We started out with Ireland, so we were just kind of trying to get the hang of the game. We played France, which, by the way, has improved immensely. We played them in IC11 against France. We lost by a goal, and they were superb today. But we knew they were going to be better. They have a great league. And then we played Russia, and we won. And it's just been beautiful. We sung our anthem at the end of the game. We didn't feel so bruised at the end of that game, even though it was just as painful. It's just an amazing day, beautiful day.
And so can you tell me, what's it like trying to play footy in Israel? And I know Israel quite well. I go there each year. It's a beautiful place, but finding a ground, finding players, joining up between the Israelis and the Palestinians, how does the whole thing take shape?
It's been an incredible challenge, and credit goes to our captain, Avi Ben-Benishti, and our coach, and Jonathan Belik, another player on our team, who both just kind of took it from... I feel like I need to give a couple of minutes about this. We had the Peace team in IC11, and then we literally had a couple of wars break out in the interim. And it just kind of stifled the IC14 dream. And then a few players said, well, if we're not going to get to the World Cup just now, why don't we create the momentum again by coming to participate in the European Cup? And that's how they, made it so that we could participate in Croatia and be ready for this one. So it's just been great them facing that challenge, us showing up to practice, which is, as you said, very tough. People coming in from East Jerusalem, people coming in obviously from Tel Aviv, and just getting together, talking to each other, overcoming the language barriers, and learning the game from scratch. Many of our players haven't played before, and then winning the game. Wow, what else could you ask for?
And was this your first win as a team?
As the Jerusalem Peace Lions, that was our first win. We have a couple of wins to our name from IC11 against China and India. But as the Jerusalem Peace Lions in the Euro Cup in the nines, it's our first international win. We haven't won before.
Oh, congratulations.
It felt great. By the way, the other games felt great as well, except we were really bruised up by the Irish.
I mean, I remember watching the team play last year in Croatia, in Umag. And although there were no wins, I think the passion and the enjoyment that you could see from the Peace team was by far and away the sort of strongest in the competition.
Well, we feel like, I think every player feels like we're playing for a cause. If we can do something good on the ground together, if a Jewish Israeli can shepherd for a Palestinian, can shepherd, for an Arab brother, in the streets we've got people literally, fighting each other, then we've sent a message. And that's what we've been doing all game for 3 games by now, and we're hanging strong. We've got another one now.
And it's a beautiful thing about sport, isn't it? That race and religion and colour and everything goes out the window when you're on the football field.
Well, absolutely. It's a beautiful thing about sport, and I can safely say that it is compounded in footy, in Aussie rules. Because it is a sport that if you don't, there's no individual in footy. If you don't play like a team, you got nothing. People are going to get really hurt and then penalised for it.
Yeah.
So that's it's definitely forced us to play together. And it's been great all around. What can I ask for? I mean, I'm a little bit older than the other players. There's one more my age. I hope I can make it next year.
Yeah, so what's the plans for IC next year?
Well, IC needs a budget. This was crowdfunded. Well, this was, it's one of the players, got together, put together a
Very
Kickstarter
Israeli
campaign.
of you.
Exactly. Very Israeli crowdfunded thing. That's Dan Krasenstein. Credit goes to him. Said is the Arab side captain. He got the East Jerusalem Arabs to join us. Next year we're gonna need a lot of help. First of all, we need to get West Bank and Gaza Palestinians to join us to send a real message. And to do that, you need permits.
Yeah.
That costs a lot of money, so we need a budget. And hopefully we'll have the support of the people who parented the IC11 team, which is
Tanya Oziel?
Exactly, Tanya Oziel in Australia. And on our side in Israel, the Paris Center, which I hope will find, the time and the efforts and the manpower for this at times when Shimon Peres just
Which
passed
is an
away.
incredibly sad time for the Perez sort of family and a time to remember the amazing things that he did.
That's right. And IC11, IC08, that's one of those things.
Yeah.
So if they can keep it going in IC17 and maintain the legacy, then I think it's going to be a beautiful thing.
And just for people that are listening, what sort of finances would you need to get there?
Well, you can do it lean, like we did this tournament in Croatia, which is probably about $12,000-$15,000. So to go to Australia, it will likely be about 50 to 100, probably 100.
Mm-hmm.
But we did it in IC11 with $300,000 to $500,000 budget for the team. We had Dipper coaching us. We had Brett Kirk preparing us for the tournament. We have people on the ground supporting us there, and it just resonated with Australians as well, much better that way, because we could we could participate in formal dinners, we could participate on talk shows. We were all over the place. We were in the news, and that's how you get the message out, not only on the football ground. So,
and I think, above many of the other teams, it was one team and one story that was picked up by the media. And so for anyone who's interested in sponsoring and putting their name to an amazing cause, there is a real sort of value to it for their company.
I definitely encourage that. I mean, I just want to say we had an experience in IC11. We had tremendous support from the South African team. The South African team that had players who were born just at the end of the apartheid saw the peace team as something that is making amends on that sort of stuff. Not that I'm saying that there is apartheid in Israel, that's a political thing, but I'm saying that there are other conflict areas in the world. It's not only Israel. And when they see a team coming together in Israel, it reflects on their conflict as well. So we had great support from them, and then they're an excellent footy team as well. I think they finished third in IC11.
Yeah, very strong. Got a very strong Footy Wild program in South Africa, a number of kids. And so where do you see footy in Israel going?
Well, I don't know if we're going to get a league going between now and IC17, to be fair. But we have expats, Aussie expats in Israel, and they love to play footy. We have an ambassador in Israel, the Aussie ambassador in Israel, Dave Sharma, and his team there with ST Sherblis are incredible at putting Australia on the map in Israel. I've never felt Australia so hard as I have in the last year and a half. And we've already had 2 or 3 tournaments in Australia hosted by the ambassador balling up in the games. The Jerusalem Peace Lions playing, the old Peace team playing, 2 Aussie expats teams playing, people selling 4 and 20s on the ground. We've had that 3 or 4 times already, and that's supported by the embassy. So if the embassy and the Chamber of Commerce can keep pushing that, we'll have a few kind of tournaments, and then we'll be ready for IC17. And when you get that sort of momentum, then you can start dreaming about a league. And
yeah, absolutely. And you're now an affiliate member of AFL Europe, which is good too. And so we want to see you as many of these tournaments as we can, and continue to build the sort of amazing thing that you're doing.
Hey, look, thank you so much. You guys are building an amazing thing as well. I think that, as someone who I spent a couple of years in Australia, and I saw this game, and I went to see a few games, and I thought to myself, if there's one thing the Aussies are doing totally wrong, is that they can't get footy out of Australia. And in the last few years, you guys have done it, because it's just such a beautiful sport, and you're organizing it so well, and you can see people from all over the place here. So if you can keep that going and spreading the word, this is by far the best sport in the world. I mean, nothing comes close.
I agree.
Yeah.
And one last question for you. Who's going to win today?
I hope Ireland, because they come from our group. They beat our asses. So I hope they win. That way we can say we lost to the champions.
Fair enough. Thank you, Nimrod.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
I'm not sure if the score is 100% correct.
And so back to the footy here. It looks like the German guys are giving the Scots a fair run around. 41-7, it looks. I'm going to introduce you to Ben Durant, who's going to come in for some special comments on the German game. Ben works at AFL Europe and has organised the whole event over here. He's done an amazing job to get 374 players from across Europe to turn up, and then more amazing job to get them all to run games on time. So, Benny, who's your tip today?
Oh, thanks for having me, Ollie. Thanks for having me, Ollie. I'm making my commentary debut here. In this game, I thought the Germans would have had it all over the Scots, but looks like it's the other way around there, and the winner of this game is going to go through to the Cup semi-finals, which is, for the Scots, it looks like it's going to be a great achievement.
And taking on Croatia in the semi-final?
Yeah, they will be, on the main pitch as well. So, look, my tip from the start of the day has always been the Croatians.
They're looking big, aren't they?
Yeah, they're big, they're fast, they've just got it all for Nines football, and it's exciting to watch. It's going to be a great game, that one.
And they don't have their arch foe, the Danish, turning up this year?
No, the Danes haven't come to the Euro Cup this year, which is a bit of a shame, but I'm sure they'll be back bigger and better in 2017.
And tell us a bit about footy in Europe, Ben. You work at AFL Europe. You're sort of responsible for growing the game. How have you seen it go over the last year or so?
Yeah, so been here about 8 months now working with AFL Europe, and to be honest, knew very little about football over here when I started. Have been, to be honest, very, very surprised with how big the game is in Europe and just how mad the community is over here for it. I absolutely love it. I recently went over to Prague to watch a tournament, and I accidentally slipped the Swannies score in the finals, and was not a very popular person at the venue, that's for sure, because they were all saved it on replay and we're going to watch it later. So.
Oh, no. Because you're closely involved in the footy in London, aren't you, in the London League with the Wandsworth Demons?
Yeah, so I'm a player as well, so play on the weekends off. We'll try to anyway. The league over there is incredible. That's something that really, surprised me. So I'm not sure how much you know about it, Ollie. I know you dabble a little bit.
Yes. So just to explain it to people, it's how many teams in the league?
So we've got 3 men's divisions, the Socials, the Conference and the Premiership. And then the Women's League, which is just going strength to strength. Oh, good tackle there by Charlie Steele, who, might I add, is a Wandsworth Demons player.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, beautiful.
Learned that from you, didn't he, Ben?
And he's got the 50 from the umpire, who was Frank Caldo, also a Wandsworth Demons player and coach. Look at that.
I feel like there's a bit of a conspiracy here.
The old Demons one too. Yeah, so back to the good stuff, actually. How the London League's made up. We've got the Prem's Conference and the Socials and the Women's. And the good thing about it is in the Premiership is you need a certain amount of rest of world players on the field and on the bench at any one time. So really that's...
And so what's that structure? How many is it?
So you've got the 11 Australians you can have, and you need 7 rest of the world players on the field at any one time.
So that means in every game that's played across London in the senior team, there's always 7 internationals on the ground for each team.
Yeah, correct. So it's it becomes quite tactical, but the teams that come out on top every year. So this year the West London Wildcats, they really put time and effort into their rest of the world players, and they develop the game amongst those guys and really get the advantage. And that's that's what you come over here to play footy for, really.
I must say, it's a great thing to watch, seeing an international player taking on an Aussie, and for the West London, their full forward is an international, isn't he? And snags a number of goals every week, I think.
Yeah, I think he might be. I'm not too sure, to be honest, Ollie.
He plays like an Aussie, that's why.
That'd probably be it. Sometimes you can't tell. You line up, and then it's only when they are screaming for the ball that you pick up their accent. And is that the end of the game on here? No, not yet. Yeah, sometimes you just can't tell, and you get shown up a little bit because, obviously being Australian, they think you're going to be red hot, but...
And I think we haven't seen the GB team or the English team playing on this oval yet, but it's one of their great advantages, having a strong league with a lot of expat presence, and they're learning at training, they're learning in games, and they're really developing, by the year they're getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, that's it. That really plays into their favour, the English guys and girls. They get to play 18-a-side week in, week out against, some ex-state league players who are just incredible footballers. So the knowledge they get off them is fantastic.
I think they'll give it a crack next year, I see.
Yeah, definitely. They should be red hot. Have they... I've been thinking wrong the whole time. Have the Germans snatched this one?
Yes.
Oh, don't I look like a fool? I've read the score wrong there, guys. Sorry to all the 100-odd listeners out there.
No, we're all good. I think the Germans are a pretty solid unit.
Yeah, so the Germans will go through there. That's fantastic for the German side.
And how are we looking on the other side of the draw?
It's looking like the Irish will... They played France just then.
Yep.
So they should be going through top of their pool. The English should go through top of their pool, which is going to be just a great semi-final match.
That's a grudge match and a half, isn't it?
Yeah, especially after how the European Championships just rolled up. England, Great Britain surprised a few and absolutely annihilated the Irish on the day there, so they'll be looking to get some revenge, the Irish boys.
And can you tell us a bit, you were closely involved in organising the event here in Lisbon. Tell us a bit about how that sort of came to fruition and what Lisbon's like to work with.
So we engaged with one of the events companies over here called Move Sports. I'm sure you can see their banners plastered around the ground. And their owner and director is one of the ex-Portuguese rugby champions, Antonio da Cunha. Played 50-odd games for Portugal. So we've liaised with them, and they've given us access to these fantastic facilities that you see before us. And we've worked together to try and put this day on as good as possible. And so far, it's run quite well. Touch wood. And
incredibly well, Ben.
Oh, thanks, Ollie. You're too kind. But look, it's been a pleasure to work with the team at Move Sport. They've been great to liaise with, considering they have no idea about the game over here. They're prominently a rugby company. So it's a great experience for them, and it's a great experience for us, and I think we've both really benefited from the partnership.
I think no question. And you've thankfully turned the weather on for us.
Oh, it's good to get a last bit of sun before winter comes around back home in London, so getting as burnt as possible.
All right, thanks, Ben. Appreciate you coming on today, and we're going to take a quick break and then come back for the next game.
It's going to be in a different YouTube link, so just tell them to change to the final session.
And the games from now on will be in a different YouTube link. So please just change into the finals YouTube link, and you'll see all the action from there.